This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.
Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs, so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs, so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shoutouts so we can celebrate together. The shoutout submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5.
This is DX Central Live.
In the night, so dark and quiet, frequencies hum low like a riot, tuning in with all my might, searching for a voice in flight. Cajun air, it holds the sound, radio waves from town to town. Static crackles, mix and turn, waiting for that name to learn. Signal fades, the name's unknown, trying to catch it all alone. Mystery calls, the night, my friend, searching till the very end. Moonlight dances on the dial, rumbling with that Delta style. Notes float softly in the wind, still I wait for news to send. Signal fades, the name's unknown, trying to catch it all alone. Mystery calls, the night, my friend, searching till the very end. Bayou whispers keep me still, craving for that lingering thrill. Misted voices lost in haze, echoes in this southern maze.
This is DX Central Live.
He's got his antenna way up in the air. Dreams of Latin music out there somewhere. Cards in his hand, maps on the wall. Late nights waiting, but he gets no call. All those radio waves, they play with his mind, searching for signals, but they're so hard to find. From Puerto Rico to faraway land, tune in the static, still no guitar in hand. He's there in the darkness, waiting for a sign, humming to the silence with a hopeful line. But the airwaves are quiet, nothing comes through. Just another night, feeling deja vu. Oh, those radio waves, they tease and they taunt with promises of rhythms, but give him just one. From Puerto Rico, he's searching afar, dreams of a broadcast beneath the bright star. And in his small room, by the glow of the moon, he waits for a melody, morning or noon. Signals may fail, but his hope never fades. Seeking the music, his spirit demands. Another dawn breaks, he's still at the dial. With every sunrise, he promises a smile. From Puerto Rico to faraway land, tune in the static, still no guitar in hand. He's there in the darkness, waiting for a sign, humming to the silence with a hopeful line. But the airwaves are quiet, nothing comes through. Just another night, feeling deja vu. Oh, those radio waves, they tease and they taunt with promises of rhythms, with a hopeful line. But the airwaves are quiet, nothing comes through. Just another night, feeling deja vu. And in his small room, by the glow of the moon, he waits for a melody, morning or noon. Signals may fail, but his hope never fades. Seeking the music his spirit demands. Another dawn breaks, he's still at the dial. With every sunrise, he promises a smile. Someday the frequencies will carry his tune. Till then, he dances to the rhythmless blue.
This is DX Central Live.
I got my radio on, just trying to get on it. But my baby says no way, so I'm stuck in this chair. I dream of signals far from north to east to west, but I can't put up no antenna. She says it's for the best. Dreaming of DX, signals I can't hear. My baby won't let me, so I'm sitting here in tears. That static calls my name, whispering in my mind. But without that big old tower, signals I can't find. I see the towers rise in a distant starry sky, but here I'm bound in time, can't even say goodbye. Dreaming of DX, signals I can't hear. My baby won't let me, so I'm sitting here in tears. Dreaming of DX, signals I can't hear. My baby won't let me, so I'm sitting here in tears.
DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for US and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. From long wave to satellites, medium wave through HF, ham radio to scanners. If you can DX it, the Spectrum Monitor has you covered. Editor and publisher Ken Reitz has assembled a who's who of radio writers to share their knowledge and expertise from a wide range of DX-related topics. Each month, the Spectrum Monitor's columnists dive into their specialties to give readers tips, tricks, the latest news and station updates, and more. The Spectrum Monitor also provides a monthly assortment of feature articles that give in-depth insight into the past, present, and future of DXing. You can get a full year of the Spectrum Monitor for only $24. Individual issues from the current year are available for $3 each. You can also purchase previous years of the Spectrum Monitor in their entirety for as low as $12. For more information, visit thespectrummonitor.com. That's thespectrummonitor.com.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
In the dark just right. AM and FM, the airwaves collide. DX Central Live, where the signals can't hide. Tuning in the static, chasing down the sounds. Every single signal is magic we have found. All radios hum, the chatters all agree. DX Central Live is the place to be. Folks in the chat, shout out your call. From east to west, we're breaking down the walls. It's the magic of the night, where frequencies fly. Join us now on DX Central Live.
From the Gulf South
to your corner of the world.
This is DX Central Live.
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
Here we go from the North Shore Studios here in Manville, Louisiana. It is DX Central Live every Friday night at 0045 UTC. We bring you live DX-related conversation, and a whole lot more. Welcome, my friends. What a week it's been here in Southeast Louisiana. Who knew? Who knew that snow could actually happen here? I was joking with my wife. We seem to have it follow us. So we lived in Greenville, South Carolina, which is just outside of the mountains. Greenville, Greer. We got snow there. More than they usually had received. Like, they would get snow every once in a while, but mostly it was like ice storms and stuff like that. We moved to Charleston in 2015. In 2018, we got like 8 inches of snow in Charleston. Like, we were in the city limits of Charleston. 8 inches of snow. When we moved down here, we're like, well, that's not going to happen here. I mean, we might get like a dusting, and then it's gone that afternoon, but don't worry, we're never going to get like 6-8 inches of snow here. That just doesn't happen. We had over 6 inches. We're right around 6 inches here at the house this week on Tuesday, and it just today, we got into the 50s today, and it finally is now gone here from the house. Finally, no more snow on the house or anything like that, or out in the yard. No little patches of ice anywhere. They finally have all the roads open. Causeway is reopened. Everything's back up and operational here. So Starbucks was open again today after not being open pretty much the entirety of the week. So it's been an interesting one for Southeast Louisiana. Got down to 15 degrees on Wednesday morning, I think, which, I mean, for most of you guys, you're like, come on. That's like Tuesday for us, like normal Tuesday. But for Southeast Louisiana, that is, I don't want to say apocalyptic, but it's pretty close. Definitely some people who are not used to this kind of stuff, and they actually sent out an alert on our cell phones to everybody saying, don't, just stop driving. Don't go on the roads, or the number of accidents is going crazy. Just stay home. Don't try to leave the house. So what did we do? We piled in the Jeep and we took a drive down the lake. So we, four-wheel drive, had to check that out. I'm used to driving this kind of stuff. I've got experience with it. So we wanted to check that out. And so we had a good time. But didn't get a chance to do a whole lot of DXing this week. Day job stuff and other things were kind of keeping the time occupied. So not a lot of time for DX this week. But last week we had a lot of fun with the country challenge, our frequency challenge for the past 2 weeks. We've been having fun with the country challenge. Of course, a lot of you know, got 2 new countries last week in Paraguay and British Virgin Islands. Nothing new this week. In fact, I don't think I have any logs at all this week. Nothing since the 17th when we got Nicaragua. Yeah, so nothing since our last show. And we are going to get started with a new challenge tonight. The next hour will be the end of the next hour. We'll be announcing our next challenge. And I'm going to preface this challenge. This is a great way. This one's going to be a great way for folks to fill in some gaps in their logbook. Make sure that they're not missing anything that they shouldn't be missing. Like, there's certain ones you should not be missing from your logbook. So this is a way to make sure you can get that checked off the list. Fill in some gaps, some rather big targets you might be shooting after. It's also a fantastic way to get folks who are maybe a little newer into the hobby really some good exposure and kind of see what this whole DX thing is about. So we're going to spend a little bit of time tonight doing some fundamental DX conversations about when to listen, how to listen, some basic fundamental DX stuff that a beginner might be able to enjoy. So I think it's worthwhile for all of us, even those who have, a lot of time in the seat, a lot of experience. Maybe we cover something that you hadn't thought of before or haven't thought of in a long time. So definitely worth your while to stick around and listen to as we talk through some of those beginning topics as we break into our next frequency challenge, which we'll be again announcing here in the next hour. So don't go anywhere. We're going to make sure we have some fun with that. And then we also have your shout outs to get to. Of the stuff that you guys have been hearing, because I have seen some pretty good stuff coming in. I know David Pete up in Maine, you've been hearing a lot of stuff, including some transatlantic stuff. Obviously, probably not as much as we all want there to be, but there has been some transatlantic stuff that was there for David. And so we'll take a look at some of the stuff that he's been getting this week in the Country Challenge and the rest of you as well, including your shout out. So dxchallenges.com/shout out. Get those in. If you haven't done so already, just go to our website, dxchallenges.com. You don't have to register to submit a shout out, but we'd love it if you did. That way you could take part in our frequency challenges and all of our little fun stuff that we have going on. So just go to dxchallenges.com. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you register so you can have fun with us and doing all the challenges and things. But if you just want to submit a shout out, that's totally cool. You can do that there as well. Speaking of, nothing major has been added this week to the resources page. I know you guys have been following along as we've been adding different stuff to our resources page here on the challenge website. Did have a chance to put up one new thing this week, so we'll talk about that. But the big work that's still being done on the other sections, that work continues. It's just going to take a little bit of time to put all those together because those are some pretty big ones. The analysis page for all the seasons of the frequency challenge, that's a sizable amount of work. So there you go. It's going to take a little bit of time. All right. So we'll get your shout outs in. Go to dxchallenges.com/shout out, and we can get those in there for you as well. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I had a question. Somebody was asking here recently about uploading videos or air checks or clips, things like that to YouTube. We have a pretty big catalog, and there's a huge backlog that we have sitting there that we need to upload of air checks and things like that, stuff that we've captured on the air, we upload to YouTube. The main reason I do that, there's twofold. One, that's my replacement for QSL cards, because I'm not chasing QSLs anymore. That's become kind of a fruitless endeavor for the vast majority of times you chase after one. So instead of doing that, I chase after air checks. I try to get a nice, high quality, crystal clear ID from a station, then upload that to YouTube. That helps me have that as oh yeah, I remember that station. And then it's also helpful for everyone else, because if you're trying to hear, okay, does Lloyd have an air check for KTWO in Casper, Wyoming? I'm pretty sure I do, actually. You have a chance to go up and listen to it and then see, okay, how do they ID? And then you kind of know what to listen for when you're listening, either compared to a recording you already have or to listen out for. So that's one of the things that I've been kind of doing a lot over the last 4 years, as we've had our DX Central channel now. It's almost 5 years that we've been running the channel here on YouTube, is uploading those air checks. So a lot of folks have come up and asked, how do I do that? Like, what's the process that you use? How do you just do it? So we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk a bit about the process, some of the templates that I use, that I've put together for myself that I use to upload my air checks, the software that I use to record everything and all that. So just a real quick primer, nothing major, just a quick primer on uploading stuff to YouTube for like air checks and things like that. So we'll talk about that a bit. All right, so let's go ahead and do a little bit of DX. We're still in the country hunt right now. Like I said, I haven't had any success getting anything new. In fact, we actually, right before the snow hit, flipped all of our antennas from the south to the north end of the antennas, with the exception of one antenna. And that was at the Kiwi at Shortwave Central. That one's still looking down 150 degrees down into South America. So we're going to start actually there and see if we can hear anything down south. Now, this DX session is brought to you by the National Radio Club. NationalRadioClub.org is the website for more information about membership in the IRCA. I mean, in the NRC. I'll get this out in a second. I was looking at one thing and saying another. In the NRC. Actually, speaking of the NRC, the DX News, the member bulletin that is put out on a regular basis by the NRC, the DX News. Our own Mexico Mike Jeziorski has an article in this most recent edition that just came out this week about DXing the indigenous stations of Mexico. So I highly suggest that if you haven't done so already, if you're not a member of the National Radio Club and you're not already receiving the DX news, you can get a electronic copy. You don't have to do the print copy if you don't want to. You can get an electronic copy of DX news, and make sure you check out that article from Mexico Mike J. It is fantastic. Lots of great examples of indigenous stations that you can chase after, what to listen for and so forth, when to listen. Highly recommend that you go check that out. So if you are in the NRC, go make sure you check that article out in DX News. If you haven't received a copy, or if you aren't a member yet, go get yourself a membership. If nothing else, for articles like that, so you can play along, have fun, and read about all the great stuff that you can hear on the air, in addition to all the usual stuff, right? The loggings, the expedition write-ups, things like that. Articles like we have there for Mexico Mike J, also definitely worth the price of admission. So definitely recommend you go to nationalradioclub.org and get your membership if you have not yet done so. It's a fantastic article. All right, so we're sitting here on our KiwiSDR. This is the Shortwave Central KiwiSDR, our sister SDR around the corner. And we're sitting looking on the south antenna towards Latin America. So I'm just going to do a couple of station beacon searches just to kind of get a sense of how conditions look. This is how I usually would start a DX session, just kind of scanning around to a couple of different frequencies, seeing how conditions appear to be coming in, and seeing what's there, and not really hunting for anything specific right just yet. So we're going to start on the low end of the band and see how the low end of the band is coming in. We just got past sunset here recently, about an hour ago, so let's take a look and see if 550 is coming in yet. Notorious BOG Jeff Emmels over here lighting it up with Linrad. Using the Linrad software to phase out or get rid of stations and reveal the DX underneath. Okay, who was that? Heard an FM frequency and an ID that sounded like it ended in A, maybe?
DX Central Live, top of the hour alert.
And we search for IDs here at the top of the hour. It didn't sound like it was KTSA because it did. What I heard sound with start with a W. It was probably closer actually to like WSVA is what I heard. I'll have to go back and listen to the live stream replay. Hola, mamacita. There's KTSA. Let's check high end of the band here and see if Radio Monumental is coming in.
Moving much better on the North Loop around this earlier wreck, 65 northbound at Rosa Parks. Same thing for one in Madison, 65 northbound, and that on-ramp there to Briley and Ellington Parkway, and an injury.
Not yet.
Gallatin Road south of Due West Avenue now.
Let's take a look at the middle of the band, 910, see if San Andres is coming in.
Comienza la super musical latina en Radio Metropolitana en vivo desde ahora y hasta las 10:50 minutos de la noche. Que placer saludarles en nombre de todo el equipo. Rafael Delgado, nuestra bella asistencia de dirección, a cargo de todo nuestro sonido, Augusto Acosta. En el guión, la producción musical y la dirección general, quien les habla, Ezequiel Rivero. Estamos en vivo en este edificio Todo Más, en la calle 17 esquina N, inaugurado, y comenzamos como siempre bailando con música. La industria de colectiva Jacob Brewer.
It could be Metropolitana. That's got to be Cuba. That doesn't sound like San Andres or RSN Radio. We're still a little early for South America here, but I figured I'd at least give it a try. How about Mexico? There's XEW. Colombia. Looking for RSN Radio on 770. I would check for PJB here, but we have our local here in New Orleans.
Because it's a special situation, and
can try the channel null. Not hearing anything in their replacement.
And
Pastor let's check 640.
Example of that very clear biblical.
Two stations here. I'm probably going to get hit with a copyright on this one, but I don't even care. So there's XE and Q. In Mexico, there's also Progreso on this frequency out of Cuba.
Gracias a usted por la sintonía con los espacios y activos en la noche. Continuamos con la música. Los Panchos llegan con un tema de Alfonso Falta y Las Mañanitas.
Luna, I don't know where you're located. But if you're wanting to AMDX, look, here's my spiel on the RTL SDRs. They are really good for like super high frequency stuff, like up in the gigahertz range, UHF, VHF, 2 meters, as a scanner for like, you know, airband and things like that. Super great at that kind of stuff. No other radio band, pretty solid, right? So it's a good receiver for all that. On FM and AM, because of the stations that we typically have in most areas, they get overloaded so fast, so easily. It becomes a daunting enterprise to try to do any serious DX on the AM and FM side for most DXers using an RTL SDR dongle. Now, obviously, everyone's got a different setup. Everyone's got a different, you know, local market, local radio RF environment they find themselves in. So you're going to have somebody that stands up, well, I never have a problem. I AMDX on all the time. That's fine. And it also depends on what you're trying to hear, right? So an AMDXer that's only interested in hearing, you know, moderately close things, or, you know, something in 1,000 miles around that or so, that's going to probably do mostly what you're looking for, you know, hitting the big stations and maybe a couple of things here and there. If you're wanting to do some like legit DX, seeking out weak signals, especially if you're looking for anything international, on the AM side, AirSpy HF Plus Discovery is almost impossible to beat right now. With the performance that it's there, with the price point that's there, and with the tools that are available in SDR Sharp, it's almost impossible to beat the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery right now for AMDX. I understand the bandwidth, and I wrote a whole big thing up on one of the IRCA forums here recently about this. I understand that people don't like the fact that it doesn't record the entire AM band. I get it. I do. You know, when I travel and I bring my AirSpy with me, I do have to do a little more planning to say, okay, today I'm going to record the low end of the band, and then tonight I'm going to, you know, later tomorrow or whatever, I'm going to do the high end of the band, and kind of bounce back and forth or whatever. So would it be nice? Maybe, if I could do the entire band, probably, I guess. But really, I mean, with my AirSpy, I can get everything from like 530 to 1250. And then you can get everything from like 1600 down to 880 if you center it up the upper end of the band. If you want to really go all the way up to the expanded band, that's fine too. You can get that, but you're going to you're going to be around 980 or so on the low end of it. You know, I typically don't do the expanded band because I've kind of worked that one to death, and I've got pretty much what I'm going to get there. So I usually just record from like 530, 540 to 1600. You do that and center your frequencies accordingly, you can get the vast majority of the band. And most of the DX that a lot of us are looking for, let's be honest, we do spend some time on the graveyards. We do spend some time on regionals looking for things like 13, 1400 and 1410 and 1420 and stuff like that. I'm not saying we don't. We do. But the vast majority of time that we spend DXing as DXers, I've looked at this from every angle with all the data we have available with the medium wave frequency challenge, the vast majority of the time that we spend is in that lower half of the band, because that's where all the DX is. That's where all the good stuff that we're all wanting to find, majority of it's down lower. You know, you're looking for a new state, chances are that state's got a frequency that's a little more open down lower, where there's a 50 kilowatt station that you're trying to chase. You're looking for international stuff, more than likely it's going to be below 1200. More than likely. I mean, there are exceptions to that. Monumental on 1510, things like that. There are exceptions. The vast majority are on lower end of the band. So that not entire bandwidth is it's considering what else you also get with the AirSpy and what other tools are there in SDR Sharp and how good it is. It's one of those things you kind of live with it, right? You're like, yeah, but you know, How many times do you need to record the entire AM band all at once, really, honestly? And are you really going to go back and listen to all those recordings and scour through them? Maybe you are. Maybe you are. And so that's where I say, okay, if that kind of thing is a deal breaker, the RSP-DX R2 is a fantastic machine. The KiwiSDR is a fantastic machine. We got two here, one here at the house, one over around the corner of Mom's, and they work fantastic. They're not, great for broadband recording, but they're good for like live DX and stuff. So it just depends on what you're looking for, what's your budget, how are you going to DX, that kind of thing. But I tend to tell serious AM DXers, don't skimp out on an RTL SDR. You're going to get frustrated and put it down and stop. Or you're going to realize, well, I probably need to upgrade anyway and spend the money on like an AirSpy anyway. Save yourself the money. Save yourself the frustration. AirSpy HF Plus Discovery, that's what I recommend. You're going to be using probably the same software anyway, more than likely. So might as well get the one that's the best for it. That's my little spiel. All right. Okay, so it looks like we're still a little early right now on the band for anything down into like Colombia and South America and really into most of Central America. So getting the short range stuff, Cuba, Mexico, the stuff we would typically see here in Louisiana, that's pretty typical. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, again, we're going to have just an overall discussion on DXing, okay? This is going to be a review for a lot of folks. That's cool. I'm cool with that. I think it's important for us to look back at our fundamentals from time to time and review what is DX and what do we do? What are we really doing here, right? I think it's important for us to review that every once in a while. And it's going to be especially helpful for folks who are going to be taking advantage of our next frequency challenge starting later on this hour, that we'll be announcing, especially for newer folks, because this next challenge is a fantastic. So if you have anyone that you know that is like, you've been talking to them about AMDX, maybe they're on the fence, maybe they're kind of like, oh yeah, I'll kind of play with it. This next challenge we're about to launch is going to be perfect for them. If you see anyone on social media who's kind of a newer DXer, encourage them to take part in the next 2 weeks for this next challenge that we're going to be doing, because this one is perfect. This next challenge is perfect for them, okay? It's perfect for all of us. I'm going to be doing some hardcore DXing in this next challenge as well, because there's some gaps I'm trying to fill in my logbook, and this challenge is going to hopefully help me do it. But best believe the newer folks are going to see some huge value in this next challenge. So all that is to say, this hour, we're going to be introducing some concepts that are going to help with that. And then we'll introduce the new challenge, and then we'll start hitting that hard. Going, because this is a little bit different challenge than anything we've actually, I say this every time we do a new challenge. It's a little bit different than anything we've ever done, especially with these theme-based challenges, but this one really is. This is where a lot of these other challenges are more wide open. This one's not. This one's not wide open. This one is much more targeted. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. From long wave to satellites, medium wave through HF, ham radio to scanners. If you can DX it, the Spectrum Monitor has you covered. Editor and publisher Ken Reitz has assembled a who's who of radio writers to share their knowledge and expertise from a wide range of DX-related topics. Each month, the Spectrum Monitor's columnists dive into their specialties to give readers tips, tricks, the latest news and station updates, and more. The Spectrum Monitor also provides a monthly assortment of feature articles that give in-depth insight into the past, present, and future of DXing. You can get a full year of the Spectrum Monitor for only $24. Individual issues from the current year are available for $3 each. You can also purchase previous years of the Spectrum Monitor in their entirety for as low as $12. For more information, visit thespectrummonitor.com. That's thespectrummonitor.com. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
You're watching DX Central Live with Lloyd Van Horn, and that's a very wise thing to do.
Then the snow so deep and cold, up in the north you know, a man brave and bold, his story must be told. His antenna in the night, knocked down without a fight. A moose set on his sight, now radio's quiet tonight. Fix it up, fix it high, win a night under the sky. In the cold he became a fixer, 'cause a moose is no friend to a DXer.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
All the signals at stake, got a call to make.
It's DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios here in Mandeville, Louisiana, here in Studio A every Friday night at 1845 Central. That's right now, 0045 UTC.
Fix it high, win a night under the sky. In the cold he became a fixer, 'cause a moose is the friend to a DXer.
It's true. Neither is a possum. Possum actually didn't knock down, but my Kaz antenna that I have, the Skywire, the Kaz, I have, so you know, I have those electric fence posts that on the side, they have the little clamps, and so I have my Skywire kind of hooked down into a clamp. I haven't like clamped it down with the usual like wire clamps that actually you feed the wire through and then you put the screw on and then it clamps it down and holds it tight. I haven't done that because I've been too lazy to do that, because especially this rotating set of Kazs I have in the backyard, I have to be able to take it down quickly and then put up a new one quickly. So I haven't done that. So I just kind of put it down on the actual fence post, little clip that's on the side. Well, if you nudge it just right, that skywire will go bloop, and so a possum or something in our recent snowfall went bloop and knocked that sucker out, and I went out in the backyard with the dog, and I was like, look at that, the antenna just bloop, there it is. So no moose here, but possums are also not a friend to a DXer or whatever that was that knocked into it. All right, so we have a new challenge coming up later this hour, and some of you super sleuths are pretty good at kind of reading between the lines here, but I want to prepare us for that challenge, especially for those who might be a bit newer to DX. So if you have someone that you know, either in social media that you see asking questions, or if you see, you know, anyone you're talking to personally that's a newer DXer, and you want to be able to point them to kind of a primer for DX, there's a couple of resources here we're going to show you that you can use, as well as just point them to this live stream, because we're going to, for the replay, because we're going to talk about some of these topics as well. So a lot of you know that DX Central, when we started in May of 2020, can't believe I'm now saying that's almost 5 years ago. It started out as a website, just a website, and it was a resource that was there for DXers, or new DXers or experienced DXers to get information about DXing, propagation, gear, things like that. We've evolved a bit. We still have this website up. It's still there. And we're going to be adding to this and kind of evolving it and kind of splitting some stuff out and doing some different things with it over the next year or so. So definitely, you know, that part of what we do is not going away. If anything, we're going to expand it in the near term here. But our DXCentralOnline.com website still is up and still has a lot of great information for DXers, new and seasoned. I'm not saying old, because 20 years ago I would have said old, but now that I'm a seasoned DXer, I'm seasoned. That's what I am. I'm not old, I'm seasoned. Okay. So there is a couple of different areas here that I want to make sure you guys are aware of. So we have our gear, where you can get like merch and things like that. We have a link section and all those cool places where you can find about, you know, different resources that we use, things like that. Some of those are outdated. I know. Like we still have a couple that are like Wellbrook's still up there. I haven't taken that down yet, but because we're doing some other work on other aspects of this website. We also have a link here for our shack, so you can find out some of the information about the shack, which I need to update now that we have some new gear in here. But anyway, the main area here is DX 101. Now, a lot of you know DX 101 from our YouTube channel here, where we do videos on things like how to use the AirSpy and update your firmware, how to make a target list of stations from a specific country using data from medium wave lists, things like that, right? We have these DX 101 videos that are just covering specific topics. DX 101 also is an educational resource for DXers that breaks into a lot of very specific areas. So, for instance, one of the things that I'll see sometimes is I'll see on social media somebody using an abbreviation like S, as this recently happened, SS, and someone was like, what is SS? So we have a common abbreviations list here, and if you go down here into the S's, you'll see SS means Spanish, right? So it's commonly used DX abbreviations. We also have another area here, a glossary of DX related terms, broken out alphabetically here. And so you'll see different things. So you might hear people talking about, you know, let's see, AGC, automatic gain control. So what is that? What does that do? What does it mean? Or ATNO. This one came up recently when I got Paraguay. I was like, I got an ATNO. It's used commonly in the ham radio community when somebody works a ham in a country they had never worked that country before. It's an ATNO, all-time new one. So things like that. So this big, huge glossary of information is here for DX terms that you might see in the publications or on social media or in our chat, things like that, or on the Slack channel. We also have things like, what is FM and AM DX? What is DXing in general? And then how to get started with it as well. Like, how do I get, was that me? Yeah, that's me in LSU Polo. How to get started in DXing. What does it take? What do you do? And I kind of break it out with a couple of different phases and things like that. I provide some examples. So there's a lot of information here under this DX 101. So if you are introducing somebody to this, if they log into DXCentralOnline.com or log on to DXCentralOnline.com, there's a button here that says beginner, start here. And that takes them right to the DX 101 area. And they have all the buttons here they can use to go into it. So let's take a look at a couple of different things specific to AM DXing. I want to talk a bit about, before we get to well, actually, let's get to the basics before we get to propagation. I guess it makes more sense to do it that way. So where to start is, what you want to basically do is you need a radio, right? A portable is great. Radio in a vehicle is fantastic. A home stereo is the best radio, especially for someone new and starting out, the best radio to DX from is the one you already have. That's the old adage, right? Clock radio. That's what I started with. And then a little portable. So whatever DX you want to do to start with, you start with what you got, and then you decide if you want to go from there. That's why a lot of DXers start with a portable radio, because it's a nice way to kind of get themselves into it. But if you're wanting a specific, if you're wanting to get like the SDRs and things like that, that's a little bit different. That carries with it a whole different level of expertise. You have to learn the software and some other things to go with SDRs. But if you're just looking to like fire up a radio in DX and see what you can get, a portable is a fantastic option. The DX286, the Quotoson DX286 with the TEF686 chip in it is a fantastic option. I'm all about this radio right now. Okay. For a portable radio, I'm all about this thing because it is fantastic. It does a really, really good job. So you'll need some sort of radio. You'll need some sort of antenna. Now, luckily, with things like the DX286 or the Texan or some of these other portables, the antenna is actually inside. If you opened up the case and took it out, you'd see a little piece of metal, a little metal rod, and then have wire wrapped around it. That's a coil, like a ferrite antenna that's inside your radio. That's the antenna. And then as you turn that, that's going to give you different signals. So with a portable radio, with things like, for instance, here, this is my TEF6686 portable that I have. With FM, you would use this telescopic whip, right? With AM radio, typically, what you're doing is you're actually turning the radio itself because the antenna is inside. Now, I know on the 286, the DX286, you can DX off the telescopic whip, but I'm not talking about that one. I'm just talking about, in general, when you have a radio, a portable radio like this that does AM, that uses the internal ferrite antenna, you're turning the radio, and as you turn it, you're getting signals from a different area. You're putting, let's say you're turning this way, you're getting signals that are coming from this direction, and you're nulling things that are off to the side. And then you turn it this way. Now I'm nulling in this direction. In this direction, I'm getting stuff off to the side. So you need some sort of antenna and some sort of radio. That's what you need. Now that antenna can be the internal one. It can be a little loop in your house. It can be something outside, but you need some sort of antenna. Now, generally speaking, the best antenna, the best performance is going to come when you get that antenna far away from noise. And today, in 2025, that means out of the house. Now, in 1995, 30 years ago, you could set up, and I had a big loop antenna sitting right next to me, and I had my radio sitting right here, and I had a loop antenna sitting next to me, and I would turn that loop, and I could DX with the antenna sitting right there next to me. It was great. I also had outdoor long wires and things like that. In 2025, it's a little harder to do that because of the amount of noise that we have from LED bulbs and all the different devices in our house and Wi-Fi routers and cell phone chargers and everything else that's in our homes these days, all generating noise, and it becomes a cacophony of just, and it becomes really hard to DX, okay? So your best results are going to be when you can get that antenna as far away from noise as possible. So if you're using a portable, that means you probably have to go with it because it's in your hands. That's how you're DXing. That means you probably have to go with that radio outdoors somewhere away from your noise inside. And trust me, I've done that. A lot of back porch DX sessions when I first got back into AM radio about 10 years ago. You can also put up an antenna in like a window, right? So a lot of folks like the U-loop antenna that comes from AirSpy. Got a couple of those myself. I did a lot of good DX with one of those hung up in my window. Was able to do some DX that way because you're getting it a little more away from the noise that's inside your shack. It's a little more, it's closer to being outside, but the absolute best is if you have an antenna that you can put outdoors and the further away from your home that you can get it. Now, I know some folks have an apartment or a condo. You can't necessarily do that, right? You can't get it like super far away. You can't put up a big antenna. You can't do those kinds of things. So maybe if you have like a balcony, like our friend Stephanie here in the chat, has a little balcony at her place. She has an HOA that's kind of like in California, so she has to be very careful about what she puts up. But you can put up on like a little tripod stand or something like that. You can put up a little loop antenna on a balcony. Maybe when you get done for the day, you take it and put it down so no one sees it, and you put it back up when you're using it. It's a little bit more work, but it gets you a chance to DX. So you need a radio, you need an antenna. The best case is if you get that antenna away from the noise and away from inside. Get it outside. That's what you're going to see your best results. Okay. What then are you going to, so now you've got your radio, you've got your antenna, a little built-in ferrite or an outdoor or some sort of antenna in your radio or plugged into it. So now what are we listening for? Okay. So what we're looking for is we're looking for any radio stations. Okay. The easiest for you starting out is going to be stations in your native language. Okay. So if you are here in the United States and you're a native English speaker, your easiest stations for you to hear and receive are going to be those that broadcast in that same language. Depending on where you live in the country, you may hear stations that are broadcasting in Spanish or in French or in a myriad of other languages, including some here in the US that broadcast in Spanish or French or in other languages. Okay. But the vast majority of what you're going to hear here in the United States, at least, is going to be in English. So if you're an English native speaker, that's going to be the easiest way for you to kind of get your feet wet, is to DX those stations that are a little bit easier for you to hear and decode and understand what they're saying. There are a number of different kinds of radio stations. Okay. Stations can be very, very powerful. They can be very, very weak. Right? They may not put out a lot of power. They may have an antenna pattern that only focuses on a very small area. There's a myriad of different reasons for that, and it depends on how long the station has been in operation, what frequency they're on, and things along those lines. There's a lot of different factors that will determine how strong a station can broadcast, how strong their transmitter can be, what kind of antenna pattern their transmitting antenna will send out into the ether. But just know that you'll have some that are very, very, very powerful. And a lot of times those powerful stations might be on a frequency all to themselves, or it seems like they're all to themselves. Especially used to be. Not as much as it used to be, but there's still a lot of times you'll tune on certain frequencies and you'll hear the same station every night. Okay? Some of those are what we call clear channel stations, and they're called clear not because of the radio station, in fact, or the radio company. In fact, that's where they got the name from. It was from these stations that were located on a frequency where they cleared it out, and the only station you could hear was that one station on the frequency that owned the frequency. 1200 WOAI is one of those. In fact, that's where Clear Channel Radio, the company now called iHeartMedia, that's where the first station that they had and where they got the name Clear Channel, is because WOAI was on a clear channel frequency. A little trivia for you. You have things like here in New Orleans, we have 870 WWL, a 50,000 watt radio station on 870 kilohertz. Now, for the vast majority of the United States, 870 kilohertz, you're not going to hear anybody else broadcasting at night other than WWL. Now, the further away you get from Louisiana, you're going to hear other stations broadcasting on that frequency. Okay. But if you're within kind of a radius around New Orleans and Louisiana, you're not going to see anybody at night broadcasting on 870, because if they did, they would be interfering with WWL's signal. Okay. So while there's fewer of these stations now than there used to be that have this kind of protected status where they kind of clear out the rest of the frequency from everybody else and they own the frequency, there's fewer of those now than there used to be. There's still quite a few. And those can be a really easy way for us to, hear stations, because they kind of clear all the interference and other stations out of the way. They're strong enough to have a pretty wide footprint. A lot of folks can hear them. And they usually have a pretty consistent format. They're bigger stations, means they have more budget for things like news and proper formatting and proper engineering and stuff like that. At least you hope so. So they have more consistent production and imaging and things that you're going to hear on the air. It's going to be more consistent and to a more specified clock, and at specified times you're going to hear certain things. It's also easier because a lot of times these stations, they carry a lot of the same formats. So most of them are not going to be broadcasting music these days. So you're not sitting there listening through music. You're listening through probably talk radio or news, things like that, right? So those are the easiest targets. There's these big 50,000 watt radio stations that broadcast at night, 50,000 watts, with these nice big wide antenna patterns that just throw their signal all over the place. You can hear a lot of different states that way. Not every state has a 50,000 watt radio station in it, but quite a few do. So if you're collecting states and you want to hear all the different states, those 50,000 watt radio stations are a great way to get you started. Then you also have things like these smaller stations. We call them regional stations that might broadcast 5,000 watts at night, things like that. But they're a little bit lower power, and there might be there's probably going to be other stations on the frequency. So it's a little more crowded. You might have to fight back and forth between the station that you're listening to and like a couple of other stations. But these frequencies like 1410, 1420, 1320, 970, 960, just off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of ones. 730. Well, that's 730 is a little bit different. These frequencies where you have a lot more stations on there, there's a little more congestion, so it can be a little bit more difficult to pick out one particular station. You might have some that rise up to the top and then back down again. But those can produce, you can get a lot of stations that you hear on those frequencies. So on one frequency, you can hear 2, 3, 4 stations or more, as opposed to like a 650 where you have WSM that owns the frequency for pretty much the entire United States. If you look at our medium wave frequency challenge logs, the station that the frequency that has the least stations logged on it is 650. If you look at most DXers, their logbooks, I guarantee you, if you looked at most DXers, the frequency where they have the fewest stations logged is probably 650 is going to be on that list. You know, maybe some of their locals, but also 650 is probably on the list because it's rare to hear anything other than WSM on that frequency, right? Or WGN on 720, things like that. These other frequencies, you have a lot more congestion. Then you get to these other stations that are on these very specific frequencies. There's 6 very specific frequencies called the graveyards, local frequencies, where there's 150 plus radio stations on these frequencies. All of them have the same power and the same antenna pattern. Those are a challenge. Okay, so starting off your DX, you're probably going to want to stick to the ones that are easiest to hear. So let's focus on those 50 kilowatt stations. Okay, so why is it that you can hear these stations? You know, how are you hearing a station in, like, from here in New Orleans? How am I able to hear a station in Boston, Massachusetts, or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from here in Louisiana? How does that work? Well, it's all because of the ionosphere, the area of our atmosphere that's above the actual like atmosphere where weather and things like that take place. We're talking about the ionosphere, the part that's up in space, where energy from the sun interacts with our magnetic field here on Earth. And because that's interacting with the sun plays a very big factor into how the ionosphere is constructed, and because of that, and can have a significant impact on AM radio signals. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. During the daytime, you have the sun overhead, and it's just throwing all this energy and all these photons that you can see, and all the ultraviolet radiation, all these other things it's throwing out from the sun towards our planet. That interacts with the magnetic field in our magnetosphere, and then interacts with the ionosphere. And as it does, it creates these layers in the ionosphere. And there are different layers that form that are at different elevations or different heights above ground. And each layer has slightly different properties. And the way that I like to think about these layers is that it's kind of like if you have, like, envision a screen on your window or a screen on like a front porch screen, something like that. You know how you have those little bitty holes, like, or just, it's big enough to let the air through on your screen, so you get the nice fresh air from outside, but it's small enough it keeps out the bugs, right? Keeps out most of your dirt. Some sand can get through and things like that, you know, dust and things like that can get through those little bitty holes. But bugs, flies, mosquitoes, things like that, they can't get through that screen. Our different layers in the ionosphere kind of work kind of like that. So during the daytime, the lowest level of the ionosphere is the D layer. And so with the D layer, the higher the frequency of a signal, the shorter the wavelength is, right? So you think about your FM radio signal that you have. The wavelength on an FM radio station is much, much shorter than the wavelength of a signal from an AM radio station, which is much, much wider. Okay, the lower the frequency is, the wavelength of that actual signal. I'm talking about the wave of the electromagnetic signal that's being sent out by the transmitter. The wavelength of that signal is much, much bigger and wider at lower frequencies than at higher frequencies. So because of that, those lower frequencies can't get through that D layer. The way it's constructed, it's like a very, very fine screen, and only the smallest wavelengths can get through that D layer. Your FM signals go through that D layer, and they keep on going up higher. AM signals hit that D layer, and they can't go anywhere else because they absorb into it because the wavelength is too wide. It's too big to get through the holes in that D layer. At night, though, as the sun sets, okay, that D layer starts to break down, and then at night the D layer is gone. So what happens now is those signals from the AM stations will go up higher into the ionosphere, right? They don't have a D layer that's going to absorb them. They keep going higher and higher and higher into the ionosphere until they hit a layer called the F layer. That F layer actually bounces the signal, the AM radio signal, back down to the ground. So instead of absorbing it, it just takes that signal and it bounces. It's reflective for AM signals. It bounces it back down to the earth. And that creates what we call skywave propagation. And that skywave propagation, I know I've kind of drifted off here from the basics into now we're into propagation. Skywave propagation is what allows us to hear stations from very, very long distances on the AM band. Okay, so when you're talking about me in Louisiana hearing Boston or Pittsburgh, it's because of skywave. It's because that signal is getting up into the F layer of the atmosphere, the ionosphere, and bouncing back down to me. There's another element of these radio signals in addition to the skywave. The skywave signal is always there, by the way. There's always a part of the signal that's going up into space or towards space. It's just that during the daytime, it's getting absorbed by that D layer. At night, it is allowed to continue up to the F layer and bounce back down. But it's always there 24 hours a day, as long as that signal is being transmitted. What you're hearing in the daytime is a little bit different. The daytime, you're hearing just the ground wave. So that's the signal that radiates out from the transmitting tower, travels along the ground outwards in the direction of the antenna pattern, right? It travels outwards from that tower that's broadcasting the station and allows you to pick it up. Now, how far that ground wave signal travels depends on how strong they are, their antenna pattern, and the conductivity of the ground. Sometimes it can depend on conditions, like if it's snow cover, that can potentially travel further than non-snow cover. There's other factors that go into that as well. Salt water is a fantastic conductor. So that's what enables me to hear Cuba during the day from Louisiana, because between me and Cuba is nothing but salt water, which is a fantastic conductor of electromagnetic signals, right? That are coming out of these radio stations. So the ground wave is the part that you're hearing during the day. You can't hear the skywave signals because they're being absorbed by that D layer. But once the D layer goes away at night, all bets are off. And now you open up and stations are able to propagate much, much further because of the reflection off of the F layer, the ionosphere, and those skywave signals. That's why you have some of these stations that maybe they broadcast 50,000 watts during the day, but they have to power way down at night. Because if they didn't power way down at night, they'd be causing interference for all these other radio stations on the frequency, right? Because they kind of pack them in. Okay. So, as a new DXer, what does all this mean to you? Okay, what did I just throw at you? A big bunch of spaghetti. What's going to stick to the wall? You need a radio. You need an antenna. Okay. And your best place to start DXing is at night. That's the best place to start DXing because you're going to have those signals that are bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back down. So if you're wanting to hear distant radio stations, nighttime is the right time. Okay. About an hour to 2 hours after your local sunset, till about right around your local sunrise. Now, I'm not going to talk in this particular discussion about gray line. Gray line is what happens right around sunset and right around sunrise. There's a whole thing where sometimes you're getting a little bit of sky wave and a little bit of ground wave, and you're getting all these different bounces and different things because the D layer is either building up or breaking down. That's a whole other ball game. We're going to get back to that at a later time. I promise you, we're going to circle back to that topic here on the live stream soon. Okay? But for our purposes, nighttime is the right time to hear those really distant stations. And again, for newer DXers, focusing on things that are within kind of your immediate realm of influence. And so here for US DXers, I'm talking about things that are here in the States, domestic stations here in the States. That's going to be your best bet to hear a number of different stations. Excuse me. And these 50,000 watt big stations are your best bet to hear a lot of different states. Okay. So with that being said, I would like to introduce to you guys our next challenge. All right, you guys kind of figured it out, right? Our next challenge that we're launching now is the 50 kilowatt challenge. So this is your chance to, especially for newer DXers, grab a large number of stations from a large number of states that are away from where you are, right? And really get a good grasp on what DXing can really do, okay? For us seasoned DXers, what this is, well, let me tell you what, I'm going after Oregon and Idaho. This challenge. I'm going after them like you have no idea. I'm going to stalk Oregon and Idaho because those are the last two stations I need out west. So there are a couple of those in there. Okay. There are a couple of those 50 kilowatters at night. So when we talk about this, what are we saying? We're saying 50 kilowatt stations that broadcast 50 kilowatts at night. Okay. 50 kilowatt stations that broadcast 50 kilowatts at night. US only. Canadian 50 kilowatters don't count here. The reason is because we're actually going to have a list populated on the form. You don't have to type in, I heard on 580, I heard this, or 650, I heard WSM Nashville, Tennessee. You don't have to type that in. You have a list and you'll say, I heard 650 WSM. There are 93 stations that broadcast at night with 50,000 watts in the US and Puerto Rico. There are 93 of those. Okay. So that entire list of 93 is going to be pre-populated on the form. All you have to do is select the one that you're logging. Okay. So super, super easy. So no Canadians because the list I'm using to populate that list didn't have Canadians in it. That's all that is. And it was a lot of extra effort to pull those in and do it. I just didn't have the time. So we're going to do this off of US. So 50,000 watt stations that broadcast 50,000 watts at night. Okay. At night, if it's a 50, like WCPC in Houston, Tennessee, Mississippi, we're not counting them because they do 50,000 watts in the daytime and then power down at night, right? They're not counted. But we're talking the big gun nighttime clear channel type 50,000 watt stations that broadcast 50,000 watts at night from the United States and Puerto Rico. There are 93 of them. Whoever can hear them all, and yes, that does include Alaska. Whoever can hear them all will be king of the world when it comes to DX. This is, again, one of the reasons that I'm doing this challenge is when I was doing some analysis in my logbook this year, I realized there were a handful of stations, 50 kilowatters, that I hadn't logged yet. I was like, wait a minute, why don't I have them in the logbook yet? Doi, WHAM in Rochester, 1180 was one of them. I had not logged them in my time here in Mandeville yet. So I went after them and got them, and they're in the logbook now. But I realized there's a couple of more that I still need, including Oregon and Idaho, and some stuff out in California. So I'm going to be stalking all of those like crazy the next 2 weeks. Okay. It's for some of us, it might be a bit of a review. It might be a little bit easier challenge, right? But it's cool to see how many of them you can actually get in a defined period of time. Okay. So with that, the page, once it goes live, there's some basic tables that will be there. You'll have all the form entries there, but I can't build some of those tables out until I get data. So I need you guys to start logging these things tonight when we launch this here at the top of the hour. I need y'all to start going and logging them so I have enough data that I can use to build one of the tables I need to build, so we can see here are 93 stations, who's heard which ones. I'm going to put that chart on the page, but I need data from you guys to start building that. So there you go. Okay. And you will also find here, let me actually pull it up. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. You're also going to see here on the page, give you a glimpse at the sausage being made here behind the curtain as I pull the ropes with the smoke and the echo. I actually put the list here, right? So this is, if you're looking and you're wanting to research, okay, which ones should I target? You can look right here. Now there will be an area here where you can see which ones you've already logged. Okay, that will be here as well. And then, like I said, on the form itself, it's just going to show you this right here. It's going to show you, oops. It's going to just say the frequency, call letters, city, and state of the station itself, and that's what you're choosing from. And then we're going to just split all that out into these other columns here for the logbook itself. But you don't have to do all that. You're just choosing a pull down menu, which one you're logging, and then put in the date and time and any notes, and then your radio antenna, and then you move on. Super easy this week. Super fast. But yeah, you'll be able to see all the ones you logged down here and everything. And like I said, also put another chart in here that shows like a grid of every one of the stations and who's logged what. So you'll be able to see that. But if you're just looking, you want to say, okay, you can export these out, by the way. And big kudos to Mesa Mike. Mesa Mike up in Virginia. This is your data, bud, that we're using for this. I know you haven't had updates to your data since July, but these are 50 kilowatt stations. I mean, they don't really change. So big thank you to Mesa Mike for your amazing website and your data, because that's what's populated all this for us. So thank you, sir. You can export this out into an Excel spreadsheet. You can copy the data. You can put it into a PDF. You can print it out, whatever you want to do for the list itself of the actual all 93 of these stations. If you want to put this into your own spreadsheet and copy it in and then sort it however you want to, go for it. Track it however you want to, go for it. It's there. You can do that. If you want to search, like I'm going to search for Idaho. There we go. KBOI 670. That's the 50 kilowatt I'm going to be chasing, right? So that's who I'm going to be looking for. If I'm looking for Oregon, now just keep in mind with that, for Oregon, you're going to run to the New York stations here because OR is also in New York. So I just come in here and I say Oregon. And now it's going to give me just those that have that in here. Space, or the little line space, Oregon. So there's Eugene and Portland. Those are the two I'll be going after from Oregon. So that's how that works. So that is right there for you. There's a bunch of really great stations in here that you can use. I saw someone just mention KTNN. Guess what? There it is. Window Rock's there for someone looking for Arizona. Is KKOB? Yep, they're 50 kilowatt at night, so that's the target. A lot of folks are hearing them after they have their tower mishap. So that's it. This is going to go live here at the top of the hour. Again, I will need some folks to start putting in data. So once I get that live and active, I will need you guys to start putting in data so I can build the overall grid and start kind of finishing that out. But with all that being said, let's get started. And I'm going to start with the absolute easiest one that I can possibly think of for us to get started with here. And that, my friends, is WWL in New Orleans. This DX session, though, brought to you by IRCAonline.org, the website for the International Radio Club of America. Go there and get your membership in the IRCA today. You can take advantage of all the great membership benefits that are there. Let's start with 870. So if you're looking for New Orleans, we're going to give you a shot to hear them. Now, look at that. I turn it on. I forget I had the co-channel canceller on. And who do we have?
Shot pocket too. You got Clark up in the air, pop it anyway.
We've got the wobbler, Cuba, in there. All right, nicely done.
The air, a little pirouette by Jose and a lay-in. That's a beautiful pump fake by Jose.
We've got the Pelicans playing.
Pippen's going to have to work to beat Jose down the court.
Yep, Pippen.
We've got the...
Jalen Wells, guarded by McCollum, flows right down in the corner. Jackson, up top Baines. Good close out McCollum, but they swing it to Pippen.
They have to run 50 kilowatts at night, but we can log them on day pattern. Yeah, so if you have a...
on the challenge.
Now McCollum is...
Let me say this. Like WWL, I can log them in the daytime. They're on the list, but if I can... it doesn't matter when I hear them as long as they're on the list. Right? So if it's a station on that list, the 93 stations on our list in the form, doesn't matter when you hear them. It could be sunrise, it can be sunset, it can be nighttime, it can be daytime if they're local for you, whatever. Or if they're one of those, like somebody heard WSM recently from, I think, Georgia or Florida or whatever. I mean, that's fine. As long as they're on the list, grab them. That's what we're looking for. So there's WWL 870. With the Pelicans game. Let's look for some more here. Let me go back to my list and pull that up here. Who do you guys want me to chase after here? Give me a target. And pull up my list. Here's our station list. Who do you want me to target here for the top of the hour? I would love to target Oregon and Idaho, but those are going to take more work. WBAL 1090. I don't hear them often, but let's see, what antenna am I running here? I might pull this up on the Kiwi here, actually. So we're on our 35-degree northeast antenna. Let's just see. It's been a while since I heard. I have heard WBAL here in Mandeville. But let's just take a gander. Oh, 1030 WBZ? That might be a little easier. Let's do 1030. I say easier. I can probably try for CCO, but I have to use the air spy and get rid of KGLA. 1030, I have heard WBZ. They used to come in pretty regularly here. It's a bit more rare now. $10.90 WBAL is going to be tough. KTIC or WTIC is gonna. I've heard them here once before at sunset, right before they changed antenna patterns, but it was 3 years ago, and it was just the super rare. This is gonna be a tough one. This is going to require some co-channel canceling to get back to them. What else have you guys got in here? KNX. I don't have anything pointing that direction right now, I don't think.
Broadcast with Brother Don Brunel Holly, Senior Minister. Sunday worship at 10:45 a.m. at 1055 Norris Road. Visit NorrisRoadCOC.com.
to see if the northwest wire. We got so much IBOC here. I can try 640. I doubt. Gonna probably have Tennessee here. It's a little early for California too. We usually get further out later at night. Yeah, it's probably a little early for California. KSL, that one might be a possibility on this northwest antenna. Camo X. Yeah, we can do that. I need to throw this super loop back west again. Someone mentioned KOA. That one's a bit more regular.
Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. Restrictions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information for various subscription plans.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people
They're on the list, Rick.
under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims.
I think right now they're not at full power, but they're on the list.
When you get started at hims.com/radio, it all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Free. Never sounded so good.
There we go. There's KOA. Want to mention KMOX?
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
At 8:03, clear skies, 32 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Maria Kina. Our top story this hour: the Illinois State Board of Education issues some non-regular.
That's KMOX.
The Fed's taking.
We're going to talk a bit about in the second hour. We're going to continue our conversation for beginning DXers. We're going to talk a bit about when to listen to these stations to get the best chance of getting an ID. So don't go anywhere. We're going to make sure we share that as well. WOAI was mentioned.
To rescue the worker, the power was shut off to the tower. But that also meant around 5,000 residents and businesses were...
Gregory says KCBS 740. I wish.
2 unveiled in the Texas Senate today is the initial proposal before Texas...
Who is this with 1200 with WOAI?
Private school voucher program. The bill would create an education...
Keep in mind, this is on a northwest-facing antenna we're on right now.
To be used...
I know it says 35 degrees, but we're actually looking at 305 right now.
A new year means I'm jumping each weekday to win $1,000 at the beginning of the...
I wonder if that's KYOO.
The new year with the grand in your hand on News Radio 1200 WOAI. Brought to you locally by
Honda your way at Hill Country Honda today.
Online or on our showroom floor. Hill Country Honda has the experience.
1210.
By Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
11-year-old Maddie lives in Ethiopia in extreme poverty.
We can drive for Pennsylvania here.
Like every child, Maddie is a world of possibilities. But the world...
Oh, 1020. Good call.
It tells her she has no value.
Outgoing and playful.
So that's Pittsburgh.
Oh my gosh, we are so excited to welcome the pandas back.
This is 1020. That should be KDKA in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
The pandas. You can also watch them live on the popular Giant Panda Cam.
Okay, I guess it's gonna go take a nap.
At the National Zoo, Lynn Bowie for CBS News. Sales of previously occupied U.S. homes fell in 2024 to a nearly 30-year low for the second year in a row. It's due to elevated mortgage rates, rising home prices, and low inventory. The National Association of Realtors says that existing U.S. home sales were just over 4
We'll be doing some shout-outs here right after the top of the hour as well.
2023. Jaguar Kuiper, CBS News.
The KBCA AccuWeather forecast.
There's the ID.
GP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, partly cloudy and cold, low 9 degrees, and for tomorrow, breezy, especially early, and becoming cloudy.
All right, form should be live.
29, being cloudy with a flurry Sunday, 31. Brass weather, house, it's not bad. 1.11 and 10:20.
People get the There's been like... Now, this is like the fourth or fifth person in the past couple days.
All right, now if I switch this antenna, this is on the northeast, Kaz. Let's go to the northwest.
Social media accounts insisting that they know.
We have religious Spanish. That's KCKN in Roswell, New Mexico. That's exactly it, Stephanie. It's back. These are the frequencies that, you know what's crazy? We typically spend the least amount of time on these frequencies because we just know, oh, that's going to be so-and-so. So we typically, a lot of times, now there are exceptions. There are some of us who will kind of scan through there real quick most nights. But these are the frequencies that a lot of times we just skip. We don't even think about looking to see if maybe that local or near local that we have is off air, right? We don't even think about to see if, WSB is on air off, because they do that from time to time, or if WLAC is in an open carrier silent moment with dead air. We don't just think to see if maybe there might be somebody else that's like cheating, like KYOO on 1200 that shouldn't be on at night, but they're there, right? So in it now, obviously that KYOO wouldn't count for this challenge, but it counts for your logbook if you hadn't heard him yet, right? So this is an opportunity for us to just get back in touch with those parts of the band that maybe we overlook sometimes. We don't spend a lot of time with them because we kind of think we already know what's there. We want to go after the exotic stuff. We want to go chase after things that are a little more up in the air, a little more possible that might be hearing something different. So this is going to be a great opportunity to get back to what almost every single one of us started out going, wow, I just heard St. Louis. Oh my goodness, I just heard New York. Wow, Cincinnati. Oh my goodness, there's Denver. What? That's how most of us started out, right? In this this wacky hobby that we find ourselves in. All right. Let's do another quick break. When we come back, we're going to go ahead and knock out some shout-outs. I want to make sure we have a chance to celebrate because we got some good ones in here. I want to make sure we have a chance to do that. And then we'll talk more a bit about, for our newer DXers, some things to keep in mind for DXing. We talked a bit about propagation and kind of how you're able to hear some of these stations that come in. Now we're going to tell you about, okay, when's a good time for you to listen for them and get those stations in your logbook. So don't go anywhere, my friends. More DX Central Live is heading right after this.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
From long wave to satellites, medium wave through HF, ham radio to scanners. If you can DX it, the Spectrum Monitor has you covered. Editor and publisher Ken Reitz has assembled a who's who of radio writers to share their knowledge and expertise from a wide range of DX-related topics. Each month, the Spectrum Monitor's columnists dive into their specialties to give readers tips, tricks, the latest news and station updates, and more. The Spectrum Monitor also provides a monthly assortment of feature articles that give in-depth insight into the past, present, and future of DXing. You can get a full year of the Spectrum Monitor for only $24. Individual issues from the current year are available for $3 each. You can also purchase previous years of the Spectrum Monitor in their entirety for as low as $12. For more information, visit thespectrummonitor.com. That's thespectrummonitor.com. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central. From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live from the North Shore. Hello. That was interesting. Nice frozen camera. Is it better? Nope, not better yet. Let's turn that off. Turn it back on. Alan, remember the Road Gang Coast to Coast? It's actually housed here out of WWL, actually. What's that about? What's going on with that? Anyway, we may have to come back from this view for the most of the rest of the night. There was the Road Gang Coast to Coast, and there was somebody else before Red Eye Radio hit. There was somebody else that did another overnight trucker show. I can't remember what it was. I think it was off of, was it KRVN or maybe WLW? It was one of the other ones. The WWL hosted the Road Gang. I used to have a hat from them that I wrote them looking for a station affiliate list and told them I was a DXer, and they were like, "Oh, cool, here you go." Yeah, that's really weird how that froze. I don't know. And there was another one though beyond just the Road Gang. I'm not sure who it was. I don't remember. Anyway, we're sitting here tonight and we've just launched our new challenge. We've launched a 50 kilowatt challenge. So the goal here is there are 93 stations that are in the United States and Puerto Rico that broadcast with 50,000 watts at night. And you can hear them from all over the place, right? Most of them are on these nice big clear channels, and so they get out and have big signals. So the goal here is twofold. It's one, it's to hear those stations that we're talking about that are on those frequencies, you know, the big 50,000 watters, but it's also to spend some time on those frequencies and maybe hear some other stuff that we don't normally get to hear, like we just had an example of, right? We were sitting on 1200, WOAI is the station, and you think, okay, WOAI is going to be there. Well, if you hadn't heard them already, KYOO in Bolivar, Missouri was there, a daytime station that was there at night. Now, if you hadn't heard them before, and you were like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and log WOAI for the challenge, guess what? You just got Missouri at the same time. So you have a chance to get some DX in there while you're doing these big 50 kilowatters at the same time. It's also a chance for people like me who want to target Oregon and Idaho and get them in the logbook, finally, to do that. Because now I'm going to be spending a lot of time on 3 very, very, very specific frequencies over the next 2 weeks. So there you go. We were talking a bit about DXing though as well. We're gonna get back to that here in just a few moments. We're gonna talk a bit about some specifics about when to listen. What's the best time to listen? What's the best time to do DX? We talked about propagation a bit and how it is that you're able to hear these distant, faraway AM radio stations at night. And we talked a bit about what you need to get started with a radio and antenna. Now the fun part. What do you listen for and when do you listen? So we're gonna be talking about that here this hour. But before we do that, I want to get to some shout outs because, homies, it's shout out time.
Shout out loud, hear the call for every single big or small, from AM to FM to C to C. We celebrate the ones who slag the IT. Shout out loud, let it be known, you're never DXing all alone. Through the static we found our way, shout outs making waves today.
All right. Shout out time. So here at DX Central Live, what do we like to do? We like to celebrate together. You tell me what you've heard. Go to dxchallenges.com/shoutout. Submit your form with your new stations heard, new countries, new states, goals that you've met, milestones that you've hit, new gear that you got, new Latin American stations, all kinds of little categories on there you can choose from. But we want to know what you've been hearing, and we want to give you that high five. This is for AM DX, FM DX, Weather DX. Throw in some ham radio shortwave if you want to, if you're feeling frisky. So we just want to know the cool stuff you're hearing and celebrate all of that together. So with that being said, we're going to start off with our good friend David in Georgia. David Harden says the thin D layer in the winter has been discussed a couple times on this live stream, including tonight. And I'll tell you what he means by thin here in a minute. This week it was very thin. At 3:30 in the afternoon, I had WLW 700 from Cincinnati. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a few minutes later, WSM Nashville on 650, all from Central Georgia. This is a great daytime DX. Yes, it is. I know it's not any long. We're going to still celebrate it like that because it's a daytime log, right? So, David, you probably already had those in logbook, but we're going to celebrate it as a daytime log because that's pretty cool. So when he's saying the thin D layer, so in the wintertime, what happens is that D layer that we're talking about earlier that absorbs those AM stations and won't let them go through to the higher levels of the ionosphere, there's not as much sunshine in the daytime. You have shorter periods of daylight. The angles are different, so you're not getting as much direct on energy from the sun. So that D layer, it's not as robust, it's not as thick, it's not as complete in the summertime or the wintertime as it is in the summertime. The summertime, you're talking long days. It's just the sun's right there. You got this nice direct on angle, so it's just baking the ionosphere because the angle of the sun and the earth, well, the way the earth angles against the sun, the sun doesn't angle, earth angles, that angle it's just baking, during the summertime, which is what our friends down in the southern hemisphere are dealing with right now. So that D layer is super, super thick and it's super robust, but in the wintertime it's not. So in the wintertime, you might actually get a little bit of skywave propagation during the daytime as those signals are able to kind of sneak through that thinner, not as robust D layer. So that's why you can hear things like that probably in July you're not going to hear, right? In the daytime, at least. So there you go. Well done, my friend. And thank you for being right there at the top to help us illustrate a point. That was nice. Our next one here, Earl, our good friend Earl up in Missouri, going through some recordings on MLK Day, got a new one. XCPR 660 in Quintana Roo in Mexico. Briefly rose above KTNN and presumed to be FAN with a woman giving a clear Radio Chan Santa Cruz slogan. ID into upbeat Latin folk pop. That's a new Mexican state. Mexican state number 11 for Earl. Broadcast band station number 1219 and the first new state, province, or estado for Earl in decades. Decades, he says. So we've definitely got to celebrate that one, my friends. There you go. Oh, it's still frozen? Yeah, it's still frozen. Goodness gracious. You know why? I committed the absolute rule that you do not do. I had an update from Windows that had installed and was asking me to restart, and it just kept saying, restart your computer, restart your computer. I kept pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. And I was going to do it after the show tonight, and then I was like, let's go ahead and do it now. Never restart your computer before a live stream. Because what you see happen with the freeze of the camera, that's when that happens. Well done, Earl, my friend. We're going to give you an extra little bit of a nicely done. And that's one of my favorite stations in Mexico to hear, actually. The music is fantastic. I love the imaging and the sounds of nature that they use, which you can actually hear on our resources page. As a reminder, if you go to dxchallenges.com/resources, and there's the unique sounds of Latin America, just look for that, and you can hear what I'm talking about with XCCPR. Got a nice big long ID for them on there. David up in John Johnson, Arizona. You're next up on the list here. Got a new log for John here. KZDG in San Francisco on 1550. That's number 184 from the state of California. Usually, 1550 is KXEX dominating at night. Well, KZDG was there over top of them. So, there you go. Nice. You never know when the conditions might just allow you for a different station to pop up beyond what you're used to. Again, that's why we're doing the 50 kilowatt challenge this week. So nice new log for our friend John Johnson in Arizona. There you go. David in Old Town, Maine, way up in the northeast corner of the United States. Got his beverages on the ground, probably beverages under the snow more than likely. He installed a south-facing bog last Saturday, 400 feet, 175 degrees. It gives me almost an entire water path to the Caribbean. Lucky. And South Americans beyond. Tried to find a better place for it as the area I use picks up a lot of noise, but I decided just to make the best of it. It's noisy, but there's still some quiet parts of the band. Should have done it a long time ago. I was able to add several new logs as a result. You lucky duck, man. 400-foot bog at saltwater path between you, Caribbean, and South America. Excuse me, let me wipe the drool off the side of my mouth here. 6 new from Puerto Rico as a result of this new antenna. 680 WAPA, 580 WKAQ, 1070 WMIA, 630 WUNO, 760 WORA, and 1160 WMIT. 2 new from Dominican Republic, 660 Radio Vision Cristiana, and 1072 HIBI, which is supposed to be sitting on 1070, but they're way off this week. 1072 out of Dominican Republic. 2 from Venezuela, 910 YVRQ, their little doorbells they play, and 550 YVKE. A new Colombian on 1070 Radio Santa Fe. A new country in British Virgin Islands on 780 with a nice rendition of God Save the King. And finally, the highlight of the new year, of the whole year is actually so far, new country out of Haiti, 840 for VEH, which I had always regretted never logging on shortwave. Thanks to the awesome Sounds of Latin America page, I was able to match the top of our jingle. My man, using that resource there for you. What he's talking about is a little da-da-da-da-da. It's a little dashing through the snow. They play it right at the top of the hour. Again, go to dxchallenges.com/resources. Go to our unique Sounds of Latin American page. It's there for you. You can do the exact same thing that our friend David just did. So we've got a couple things in here. We got some Latin American stations we got to celebrate. Yes, sir. And you got a new country, so we got to stamp that passport. We got to find ourselves a nice page in here. Something, that's a lot of stamps already on that one. Let's go to a different page. There's a lot of stamps on that one. Boy's been doing some trap. Here we go. We got a nice open BVI 780. There you go. We're stamping that passport with British Virgin Islands. Well done. And we've also got to give him some new logs. So there you go. And why not? Let's do the new gear, too. Oh, that's goal. Gear is this one. There we go. The new gear. It wasn't like a bought thing, but hey, a new bog antenna, 400 feet that's getting all that kind of stuff. We're going to celebrate that, too. I thought the same thing, Jacob. I really did. I thought there was no way I was going to be able to puncture through all the way over with Viva Pasto to my south and BBM to my north. I didn't think I was going to be able to get through to the Caribbean. I thought it would just be too far. And one night, there they were. So it might take a bit of time, but you can definitely do it, my friend, if you keep at it. I think, you've got some great gear there and a great set of ears on your head. So I think you've got a shot at it. David also put some clips in here we'll play here in a bit as well. That he did for ZB VI and for VEH in Haiti. So we'll play those here in a bit. Our friend Tom Laskowski in Indiana is in the house tonight, and he's got a new log in a new country as well. Last Saturday, I joined the growing crowd of those who have logged BVI, British Virgin Islands, on 780 for country number 30 for Tom. I heard ZBVI with God Save the King on 780 very well under a zapped WBBM on their 0300 sign-off. New country, now country number 31, whatever it is. There you go, 31. Country number 31. Boom. Oops, wrong thing. That's not what I wanted. No, that's not the thing. This is the thing. There we go. New country for Tom. We're going to stamp that British Virgin Islands right there. And it was a new log, so let's go ahead and do that too. There you go. Well done, Tom. Hope you get feeling better, bud. Hope all that calms down for you. Well done. Very, very nice. Rick Rick doesn't have a lot of shout outs he sends in. So whenever he sends one in, I'm always like, what did he get? So this is Rick Dow, our friend in Omaha area, Nebraska. Heard KLEY 1130 Wellington, Kansas on Monday the 20th at 21:31 Central Time with snippets of 104.1 KLEY liner before going into Hootie and the Blowfish. Oh, no. New log for him. Really? Oh, nice. Also, last weekend, I was out at the Dow family farm west of Oakland, Iowa, and logged KBCV 1570 in Hollister, Missouri, KBTA 1340 Batesville, Arkansas, and KFSP 1230 Graveyarder. Nice. And Mankato, Minnesota. So was the Batesville, by the way. 2 graveyarders there. KBCV, and KBTA loggings are definitely new entries in the Oakland logbook. KFSP might be. So we got to get you some log action going on here. Nicely done, Rick. Love to see it. Love to see it. Oh, man, we've got quite a few of these shout-outs in here. So we're going to keep this rig rolling here for another couple more if you guys are okay with that. Love to celebrate Carl whenever he gets new stuff in here, right? 7 new logs this week. One of those for the challenge. For the challenge, 1060 XECPAE. That's one of the ones he was chasing, too, down in Mexico City for New Latin American. Nicely done, brother. Others were 940 WCND in Shelbyville, Kentucky, 540 KMLB in Monroe, Louisiana for a new Louisiana station. We got some gumbo to serve up for you today. 990 WTLN Orlando, 1290 WWHM in Sumter, South Carolina, 610 CKTB in Ontario, and 560 WOOF in Dothan, Alabama. That brings my total to 955 stations. So let's start with some of that gumbo, baby, because it's Mardi Gras season. It's cold down here in Louisiana, so there's all kinds of gumbo laying around. We got chicken gumbo. We got sausage gumbo. I saw somebody had some chicken sausage gumbo, shrimp gumbo, or something that's got all the above. Just don't put no tomatoes in your gumbo, baby. No tomatoes in the gumbo. Gotta get that roux. If you don't make it by scratch, you can do it out of a jar. We don't judge you for the jar roux. Just don't put tomatoes in your gumbo, baby. That's soup. We're also going to get you that new Latin American log in there. There you go, man. And just a couple new logs in there, too. So there you go. Nicely done, man. Nicely done. Well done, Carl. Our friend up in Tennessee, our winner of the Summer of DX Challenge this past summer. Tears it up with those portables, man. Tears it up. Absolutely does a fantastic job. So well done. John in Delaware. On the FM side of the house, finally got the 1,400 stations logged on FM with the E opening back on the 14th of January with 101.5 KRJM in Minnesota, now sitting at 1405 logged total since 2007 from here in Delaware. So, got to get you that log, man. There you go. Well done, John. 1,400 FM stations, man. That's just fantastic. A couple more we want to get to here. We're going to do these in the next hour, actually. We got Sean coming up. We've got Walter coming up. And Mexico Mike J. All of you guys coming up here. We'll actually do them a little bit later on this hour. Or maybe at the top of the next hour. One of those two in here. We'll get those last couple ones in. I didn't hear anything this week. So no shout outs for Lloyd this week. All right. Let's finish up our discussion here on DXing and the basics of DX. Since we're looking at our 50 kilowatt challenge here for the next 2 weeks. The goal here is to log as many of the 93 50 kilowatt nighttime stations out of the United States and Puerto Rico as you possibly can. And while you're at it, maybe find some other stuff on those clear channel frequencies that might be new for you while you're there. And obviously, you're picking from those 93 50 kilowatt stations that are there for the challenge, but maybe might get you some more stuff in your logbook. Who knows? So we're talking a bit. We talked about propagation. We talked about what you need with the radio and antenna and stuff like that and how to get the best conditions. Now let's talk about when to listen and what to listen for. So if you were listening here at the top of the hour with us when we were doing our top of the hour alert, if you've seen any of our shows before, we talk about the top of the hour. The reason that we do the top of the hour alert is because that is the best time to listen for DXing stations in the United States. And this is why I'm such a big proponent of SDR technology, because you can record either a portion of or the entire, whatever, depending on your SDR, the AM band. You can record big chunks of it. And if I'm live DXing, like I go up there right now, I'm listening on, let's say, a 780, and I get an ID from WBBM in Chicago. Well, while they're IDing, 770 WABC is probably also IDing, and 770 KKOB is probably also IDing. 650 WSM is also IDing. 660 WFAN in New York is also IDing. WSCR on 670 is also IDing, right? So all these other stations are also IDing at around the same time at the top of the hour. So if I'm on one frequency listening on my portable or whatever, I'm missing all these other stations. Not that I can't get to them, because I can. It's just going to take me longer, right? It's going to take me longer to hear those other stations. You can get to them eventually. It's not a problem, but it's just going to take you a little bit longer to do it. It might take a little more work to chase after some of those. So the top of the hour is the absolute best time to listen in the United States for stations, because they are required by the FCC to ID somewhere, generally speaking, around the top of the hour. Now, that can be right at 0000, and there are some stations that do it right there, right before the top of the hour. That could be 5-10 minutes beforehand. It could be 5-10 minutes after, right? But somewhere right there around the top of the hour, the FCC wants you to do an ID, and they want you to do what's called a full legal ID. That means I need to know your station call letters, your frequency, and your city of license. Back in the day, they were even stringent, like you had to do it in a certain order. Now it's a little more haphazard, but they need to hear your frequency, your call letters, and your city of license. If you have if you have an FM translator, you may hear that as well, like WSB in Atlanta has their 95 point whatever that they do with theirs. Here in New Orleans, WWL, you'll hear 105.3, WWL FM 870, WWL AM, right? Because they do have the FM station as well. So you'll sometimes hear kind of those dual IDs like that, but they're supposed to do a top of the hour ID. Now, the cool thing about these 50 kilowatt stations is most of them are running some sort of news talk format. Most of them are carrying some form of network news as a result of that, like Fox or ABC or CBS, which fires right at the top of the hour, which means they need to hit, we used to call it hitting the post back in the day when I was in radio. You're trying to hit the post because you've got the top of the hour, that ABC newscast is going to start. It was feeding in from a satellite. It was going to start right at the top of the hour. So you've got to hit your song or whatever it is you're doing before then to end just the right amount of time so you can sneak that top of the hour legal ID in, and then boom, the network news would start. So a lot of these stations still kind of follow that same basic format. So top of the hour is a fantastic time to hear. Now, right before, so I usually start listening for top of the hour IDs about 58 minutes after the hour, right? So about two minutes till I'll start listening for those IDs. And then I'll carry that through until about 7 minutes after the hour. The reason I do that is, especially overnight when they're carrying like syndicated talk programs and things like that, a lot of these stations, what you're going to have, they're going to do their top of the hour ID right before the top of the hour. If you miss that though, then they're going to do probably their network news, ABC, CBS, Fox, whatever it is. They're going to do their handful of stories for about the first 2 minutes or so. They might take a network break. You're going to hear some like national commercials. They come back and they do a couple more stories, and then they do a couple more ads, and maybe some local ads will fire in there as well. You might have some local weather or some local news that might be in that mix in there. They usually have a bit of an allowance in there for like a little bit of a local programming in there in the form of news, traffic, weather, whatever. And then right around 6 minutes or so, 7 minutes or so, depending on the program, it's what we call a rejoiner. So that's where you're rejoining in with the program that you're carrying, the syndicated program like Coast to Coast or whatever. You hear the bumper music as the program starts back up, and then they start doing their program. Right there, when that rejoin occurs, you're usually going to hear an ID as well. As the music starts up, or right before the music starts up, or when they get done coming out of the weather, they get done coming out of the traffic or the news, whatever, you're going to hear some IDs either in that or coming out of it. That could be another good time. So that's why I say everything from about 58 to 07, that's your window. That's your best window, okay? So if you do nothing else record on, if you have an SDR, record on that sucker from 58 to 07 and just go through all your frequencies that we're looking at here on our list, and you should be able to get a lot of these, right? Some other things that can help you out in that time as well, especially if you're doing this around like drive times, or if it's a really big city like New York or Chicago, they do this 24 hours a day. You're going to hear traffic, right? You're going to hear weather. You're going to hear, it's 3 o'clock in the morning on the Dan Ryan, right? You're going to hear this kind of stuff. Or the Holland Tunnel in New York. They're talking about traffic in the middle of the night when you're like, why are they doing traffic? It's the middle of the night, because it's a big, big city and there's traffic all the time. So they want you to know how long it's going to take you to get from one side of town to the other. So these bigger cities like that, you'll even hear that kind of stuff late at night. Traffic is always fantastic, though. Local ads are fantastic and can help you identify who it is you're hearing. Weather is a fantastic one to grab for that kind of stuff. News is fantastic. You're going to hear a lot of local place names, and they'll probably throw a lot of IDs in there. For 1070 KNX, this is Lloyd Van Horn, right? So you're going to hear that kind of stuff, right? So that whole top of the hour sequence from 58 to 07 is the best. It's not the only time, but it's the best. Next best can probably be around the bottom half of the hour, somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes before or after 30 minutes mark in the hour. A lot of these stations, network syndicated programs, news, talk, whatever it might be, they're going to usually have a break somewhere around that bottom half of the hour where they're going to do similar stuff. It may be not as robust as the top of the hour, but it's going to be maybe a scaled down version of that. And then there's also a second or tertiary break right there around the quarter hours. Plus or minus 5 or 10 minutes or so around the quarter hours that are going to be good spots, because they'll a lot of times throw in like a local break in there for stations to do their own local inventory of ads that they've sold, and they'll usually have an ID that goes along with that. So they may not do all the pomp and circumstance of news and weather and traffic unless it's one of those that's like traffic on the 8s or news on the 10s or whatever it might be, right? Or weather on the 5s. You hear those kinds of things. That can be helpful, but a lot of stations, especially late at night, they don't do that kind of stuff as heavy. Those are usually during drive times, during like afternoon or morning drive when people are in their cars and wanting to hear that kind of stuff. At night, you're probably not going to hear as much of that unless it's like a super big station. But you'll still a lot of times hear those IDs and weather and local ads and things like that right there around those quarter hours too. So top of the hour, that's your best time to listen. Bottom half of the hour, gonna helpful and can be helpful. Quarter hour, that's the pecking order for when to listen for these stations. And then if you can, from our list of stations that you're able to choose from, morning drive and afternoon drive are fantastic times to do the listening. So we're basically talking about around sunset, around sunrise, are just really, really good. So like basically from 4 to 7 o'clock in the afternoon and from 5 to 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Those are fantastic times to listen to these radio stations because they're doing a lot of IDs. They're doing a lot of weather and news and ads and traffic and all the other things. They want to make sure if you're sitting in your car and you're sitting on that frequency, they want to make sure you know exactly what radio station you're listening to. It helps with their Arbitron ratings and everything else. So you're going to hear just a ton of IDs from these stations during those times. So really, really great time of the day. Afternoon between, like I said, about 4 and 7 o'clock in the afternoon, local time. And between about 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the morning, local time, those are prime time. I mean, those are morning and afternoon drive. Just sit on those frequencies and just go to town, right? And then overnights, you'll also have a little bit of that, not as much. They're not as aggressive with their IDing at night as they are in the daytime, in the afternoon and morning drive, but you can still do some stuff. What to listen for? IDs at the top of the hour. Obviously, call letters are great. Slogans, a lot of these are going to be like news radio or news talk, things like that, which on a frequency where they're probably by themselves is pretty good because there's nobody else really doing it probably. But if you're on a crowded frequency, just get in the habit of, trying to kind of use other things that can help you identify that station beyond just a generic news talk 1150 or news talk 870 or whatever, right? Those are a little more generic. But if it's like the Gulf Coast's big one, WWL, right? Like that kind of stuff, that's a little bit different. That's a little more localized, a little more specific. Let's see, like WLW, they're the big one, right? WLW. Some other things to listen for: weather, ads. We talked about some of these, right? Traffic, news. Those are all good things to listen for as well. because they can give you some local things to kind of search for. I'll often, a lot of times, especially if I'm trying to kind of narrow down who it is I'm hearing, if I'm hearing a local ad and they give out a local area code telephone number, I'll just Google that sucker, or I'll Google the name of the business or whatever, some kind of identifying thing they say in the ad. I'm Googling that and I'm like, oh, that's Texas. That's who that is. Okay, that's probably the so-and-so in Texas, right? That helps me narrow that down, and then I'm listening for the ID to confirm it and then go in the logbook. So as a newer DXer, those are some things that can help you. If you're live DXing this with like a portable or like your clock radio or something, you can do all the stuff that I've just talked about. You don't have to have an SDR to do that. The SDR just makes it easier, makes it quicker for you to get through all those frequencies and doing all that. You can do the exact same thing with the portable. Ask Carl. He'll tell you you can do this. He spent all summer doing this. You can get these stations with a portable radio or a car radio or any other kind of radio that you might have. It might take a little bit longer time to go through and get each one of those right there at the top of the hour or whatever it needs to be. But just take your time. Listen very closely to who it is that what you're receiving. Listen for those clues. Just because they mention Colorado doesn't mean it's a station in Colorado. They may be doing a story about a person or a news story that takes place in Colorado, right? Just because you hear, just because you hear a local area code telephone number doesn't mean that's a local ad. It could be a national ad for a company that's giving out a local area code number for like a company in New York or LA or something. So just be careful when you're listening to these stations and how you identify it and everything. Just use your ears, right? Listen very closely, pay attention to what you're hearing, get used to the cadence of what's there, and you'll be able to figure these stations out of who it is that you're listening to, right? It comes with practice, and that's what this challenge is going to help you with, is practice, because you got 93 stations to chase after. So we're going to get you some practice. All right. Sound good? All right. Alan said heard a station with an ID from down in Mexico that went on for more than a full minute. Yeah, that can't happen. We had one XEANT on 770, one of the indigenous stations. It was like a 5-minute sign off. Some of those, like Radio Chan Santa Cruz on 660, they do a pretty long ID, things like that. So that can happen. There you go. Let's do some DX, shall we? This DX brought to you by the Spectrum Monitor, thespectrummonitor.com. That's the website for more information about getting yourself a copy. What? Getting yourself a copy of the Spectrum Monitor. I highly recommend that you do. It's a fantastic resource. Oh, yes, it is. We're going to unplug this. It looks like my USB devices are acting wonky because that's also what my camera is on. Now I can't get this USB cable to plug back in. There we go. See if that does the trick. I didn't hear a little doo-doo. So it looks like we're going to be DXing off the Kiwi for the rest of the night. That's fine. That's fine. That's why we have it. That's why it's there. All right, so we've got 2 Kiwis here. You guys tell me what big 50 kilowatt station would you like us to chase after here? We've done WOAI. We did WWL. Let's go down and check out WLW. Keep in mind the ones that we can't hear here very easily, the ones out in California and stuff like that, we're probably not going to have a very good shot at those. Keep that in mind. But let's see here. Turn the audio on here on 700. Oh yeah, forgot 690 sitting there, our local. WJR 760 says our good friend Barry Bankston.
Rest or state, get protected today. Call 3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home.
Here's a national ad.
Since 2008, with hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-240.
This is a national ad.
Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed
He mentioned New York. That doesn't mean it's a New York station.
the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Got Mark Levine in here on 760 WJR Detroit. Some of these stations will actually say like the 50,000 watt voice of blah 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 blah. Take care, Carl.
Attention all Patriots.
Yeah, this is Detroit here on 760. You have some Latin stations underneath them, though.
Small shipping and handling fee. This isn't just any knife. This is a razor sharp, precision engineered blade.
Big Lou's on meds. Big Lou's got. He's on number 2.
Built to inspire and impress, but supplies are extremely limited.
He's got a couple wives, and he's a big boy on meds. That's what I know about Big Lou.
TrumpKnife47.com right now to claim your free Trump knife. That's TrumpKnife47.com. Celebrate President
Oh, Lord.
values and hold this free iconic piece of history in your hands today. Visit TrumpKnife47.com before it's too late. But act fast. This is a limited time offer. Once these knives are gone, they'll never return. Claim your free combat knife today. Visit TrumpKnife47.com.
Any other requests? Get them on the list. We'll go check them out, see if we got them. Like I said, the Californians and the West Coast are a little bit tough, and some of the really far Northeast are a little tough. But pretty much anything in the central part of the country is pretty manageable here. Here's while we're doing this, let's do WSB in Atlanta.
This is insanity. It's not my job, says the sheriff vows that Vegas police will not assist with Trump.
Blazer Bobcat says go for at least one of the West Coast stations if we can, like 1190 KEX in Portland. I would love to hear KEX here in Mandeville. I've never heard them. They're on my target list for this week. So probably not going to hear them right now. On this stream, it's going to take some work to get them, but let's see.
By the way, James,
let's see if KFI is coming in yet.
Disappear into...
Oh, we got a lot of Cuba on 640. The furthest right now I can do West Coast is probably KOA. Right now we're getting a little bit of, we're on the Northeast wire, so we're getting stations up in that direction. So I would love to have something West Coast, Blazer Bob. It'd be great. They're on my list, for sure. WBT, yes. And every once in a while, KFAB makes it with them, too. But here's Charlotte.
By the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Charm, smart. It all adds up to the Mark Levin Radio Show.
So this is one of those rejoins I was talking about earlier. Probably coming out of that quarter-hour break. Doing a little brief segment here before they get to the top of the hour break. But this would be WBT right here.
I've never seen it. It's been like 78 years old. I mean, do people do this when they're 28, 38, 48, 58? God knows I can't. Although I got it at 60 there.
Did I put? Oh, I gotta fix that. My bad.
Something like that, but I don't compare mine.
I'll fix that.
That's for sure.
On Monday, January 27th.
We do get 1080 KRLD in Dallas here pretty well. 840 WHAS in Louisville, Kentucky.
Today, I'll finish the radio show at 9. That is 15 hours, right, Mr. Wood?
That's pretty routine.
Responsibilities to his, that's for sure.
WABC should be here. Go ahead and grab WGN Chicago.
With the shin pads, Nolan Allen. Crozier from the high slot firing a shot. Never got
Carrying a hockey game.
will fire from the right point. Turned out of there by Soderblom. Lightning get the puck back. Nick Paul along the right side boards. Flings it into the high slot head, and then long wrist shot and a glove save made by Arvind.
WBBM Chicago.
Consider it done when you trust the experts at
1100 WTAM. Yeah.
Inbound the ball. Not a fundamental.
There's WTAM.
Yeah, but you know, I'll say this, that even though that may be the case, the Cavs...
Here's 1510 WLAC.
The 2000.
Nashville.
For 2 cars. Okay.
650 WSM Nashville. One of the few stations on our list that do carry music. There's a couple, but they are one of the few. We tried 1090 earlier. That would probably be one would be probably best around sunset, maybe sunrise here.
As a witness to the world.
We got KAY in there right now and some IBOC.
I'm going to send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them you will kill.
0.5% lower, and the S&P down by 17. And 2024 was the worst year for existing home sales in 3 decades. Hurt by the 1-2 punch of sky-high home prices.
760 here again. We still have Levine. Jacob mentioned 830 earlier. WCCO. They're in there under KGLA. WLS Chicago.
Only $229. These great deals won't last long, so save today. Price is good.
WMVP in Chicago. Sports. We have a local on 990, makes it kind of tough. There's Pittsburgh. WHO Des Moines.
With funding and great feedback on how to expand our brand. Midwest One Bank has been great. And with the recent uncertain times, we got through it. Thanks to Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
A U.S. bank.
Let's see this WJR. We're coming up here on top of the hour now.
DX Central Live, top of the hour alert.
Yeah, mention of WWJ there on 950. That's one that I would like to be able to try to get this week. Haven't heard him here yet. Trying to get WJR back in here a bit. I want to find you guys a nice, clear top of the hour sequence. We can kind of show what we talked about earlier. We'll do WSB. That's an easy one.
See how you can improve your retirement. Call today to speak with an all-pro retirement specialist to get your...
Take care, Stephanie.
...the retirement deception. Call 888-471-3896. That's 888-471-3896.
We'll use WSB Atlanta here as our example.
To protect, grow, and win retirement.
All right, waiting for the vote, confirmation vote tonight.
So it sounded like that was some national ads there. We're in the syndicated show here with Sean Hannity. He's about to end it here for this hour. And I think they go to local ads after that.
Bill O'Reilly, and we'll get to your calls coming up as well in my interview with the president in the Oval Office straight ahead.
It's playoff time. It's now or never. Don't miss out.
We're back on some network ads there.
Action with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the playoffs. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app's so simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport.
Let's do 10-20. Let's do KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds.
These might be some agency buys.
The Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Medicare Solutions Studio.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump gets his nominee for defense secretary after a tie in the Senate on P.
So that was top of the hour sequence there. We had the nice ID, dual ID with AM and FM. Then we went right into the national news, network news there. So that's a very typical sequence we might hear. Let's now see if we can grab one of those coming out of that sequence. Let's go up here to 1040, WHO, who might still be in some...
Landowners, Mid-American Energy is
they haven't done their sequence yet.
right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer.
They're still doing local ads.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care.
Cuban Wobbler there, Rayo Maya Bouquet.
No matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/everymoment to find a plan right for you.
Hawkeye Basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by American...
And that's why they're running the ID a little late, because they're doing a sports broadcast.
Lennox, Tournament Club of Iowa. Support those who support the Hawkeyes.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa.
Many people read that along with how 14 officers involved in the death of Brooks. President Donald Trump says he plans to issue an executive order fundamentally changing...
This should be WABC 770.
Management agency. Trump made the announcement during a visit to areas of North Carolina devastated by Hurricane Helene last year. Trump went on to say he wants states to handle disaster response, insisting FEMA has turned out to be a disaster. Costco is rejecting any efforts to reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. Michael Kastner reports.
A conservative activist group recently sent Costco a proposal saying they should conduct an evaluation to see if DEI policies pose any risk to the company. Thursday, Costco's board of directors voted it down, saying the company will defend respect and inclusion as there are nationwide efforts to strike DEI practices.
And so the lesson for us here, well, the lesson is not primarily that we are to go out and do all the things that the apostles did. The lesson here is that you and I need to have confidence.
Kind of tough getting him here. Sometimes. The wobbler was on 1040. Mexico Mike P. Or Mexico Mike G. New York's kind of a tough sled here.
Pediatric cancer patients at a hospital in Montpellier.
Here's WJR.
With a kind of psychological effect that we need to take in account when we are designing such machines.
Jerome Monceau is one of Mirokey's creators. The hope is it can increase productivity in the medical field, where specialized workers are hard to come by. Evan Brown, Fox News.
Google is promising to crack.
So they're still in the middle of their top of the hour Fox News, which means coming out of this, you're going to hear some network ads, and then there's going to be a transition to some local content.
Repeatedly write them for UK businesses and ban them from posting.
Oh yeah, there's a couple wobblers.
I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen at a special time Sunday at noon for School Talks. Hosted by Dr. Robert Livinoy. A conversation on all things education from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by Clark Construction Company. Thoughtfully planning and building educational facilities to foster innovation where students and
Station promo.
Visit clarkcc.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma.
So these are network breaks here.
They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
WJR.
ID.
He's here.
Right back into a rejoiner right here at 06. Rejoiner back into the syndicated talk show. So that's what we were talking about earlier, right? Sometimes they'll end that that Fox News a couple minutes early, like the first 2 minutes of the Fox News, and then they do their network ads and they don't rejoin with the Fox News there for the second half. And stations will do like local news, local weather, traffic, stuff like that, depending on the time of day. In this case, they did the whole block of Fox News, both kind of newscasts that they do there, did both of those, came out, short little ID right there before the rejoiner, right back into Mark Levine. And different syndicated shows will have different ways that they splice all that up, but that's a pretty typical presentation of what you can expect to hear on a on a top of the hour sequence. Okay, we do have some more shout outs to get to here.
Shout out loud, hear the call for every signal, big or small, from AM to FM, from C to C. We celebrate the ones who slag the IT. Shout out loud, let it be known, you're never DXing all alone. Through the static we found our way, shout outs making waves today.
Got some more shout outs to get to tonight. If you didn't get yours in, no worries. dxchallenges.com/shoutout. Get those in. We'll get to you next week as well. We'll make sure we get those in for you. We got 3 more to get to here tonight. Our friend Sean Kuzco, KX9X in Illinois, said it was a quiet, cold week on the Illinois prairie after learning from Lloyd last week about how important it is to record the 0600 Zulu top of the hour for Mexican, Central, and South American stations. 1100 Zulu is another great time. 1100 and 0600, really good. He said, I did so on January 18th. While I didn't get any new countries, I did log 4 Colombians, including 2 new ones. 1020 RSN Radio on HJFQ for 2,561 miles, and 1190 Caracol Radio in Cartagena, HJNW, 2,195 miles. Also logged Radio Reloj on 2 new frequencies, 860 and 870. Wobbler on 870. Otherwise, 11 new domestic logs, but nothing terribly exciting. But now sitting at 1,017 unique logs. So we got the Latin American countries there for you, brother. And we've got the log there for you as well, for the new logs. Good job. Yeah, those are really good times. 1100 Zulu, which gets you around 5 a.m. Central Time, okay? 6 a.m. Eastern Time. That's a really good time to do a recording because you get a lot of those Eastern Time stations in like Colombia and Cuba and places like that, even parts of Central America, where they're doing the national anthem of the country. So 1100 Zulu is fantastic. 1200 Zulu is also pretty good, but 1100 Zulu is fantastic. And 600 Zulu, that's where you get midnight in Central Time Zone for Mexico. 500 Zulu is also really good because that's midnight East Coast time. So you get some of those national anthems out of like Quintana Roo, Cuba, places like that as well. But the 1100 Zulu is such a great time. 1100 Zulu, 6 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 a.m. Central Time. Phenomenal time to look for Latin American stations. National anthems galore. Everywhere you look, there's a national anthem. So definitely, if you have an SDR and you're looking for Latin America, those are 2 really, really good times to be shooting for. Well done, Sean, my friend. Walter in Albany, Georgia. 1470 WRGA in Rome. Used to be one of my, not too far from my place in Brasstown. Received down in Albany on the 17th. 226 miles. WFAM Augusta 1050. With the Gospel Hour program. And about 204 miles for him there. 1290 WHKY Hickory. 438 miles. I laugh because that station just follows me everywhere I go. WHKY Hickory, North Carolina. 1290 at 438 miles on the 23rd. Also, they play the Ramsey Show during the overnight hours, so something to listen for. And they ID with 102.3 FM. So some new logs there for our friend Walter. And our last shout out of the night goes to our friend Mexico Mike J down in Mexico. 1070 Radio Santa Fe and 570 RSN Radio in Colombia, both in Bogota. For new ones this week, pleased to have had the article published in DX News as well. And we are so grateful that you did, because if, like I said before, if you're a member of the NRC and you've gotten your copy of DX News, make sure you go check out his article on the DXing indigenous stations in Mexico. Fantastic article. Lots of great information on how to do it, when to listen, what to listen for. If you're not a member of the NRC, that right there is a good reason to go do it. Go to nationalradioclub.org, get your membership now. You can get the EDX News, and they'll send it to you, and then you'll have their most recent copy, and you'll have his article in there. It's fantastic. So we get you some new logs in here, some new Latin American ones, my bud. And we'll get you in there for those as well. It's a little extra celebration for the article. Why not? All right. So, again, nothing new here in the last week, unfortunately. We didn't have anything new come in. Let me see if that camera ever fixed, because I just unplugged it. Nope. Nothing new here in the last week, so that happens, right? But hopefully this week, we'll cross our fingers. This might be the week we actually knock out Oregon and Idaho. We're going to be targeting them aggressively over the next 2 weeks. And seeing what we can get. So our next edition of DX Central Live will be here again next Friday night, the 31st at 0045 UTC. That's 1845 Central Time for episode 19. After that, I'm taking a look at the calendar as it pertains to Mardi Gras parades and trying to figure out what we're going to do here for how that's going to impact our challenges and our live streams and stuff. So I'll keep you guys posted. We may have a couple of weeks off as we do Mardi Gras here in the Big Easy area here down in Southeast Louisiana. We got to do some parading, so we might take some weeks off. We'll let you guys know. But other than that, go get those 50 kilowatt stations, my friends. I'll be building out the charts here, the graph here for you guys here in a bit, the grid, as it were, and adding that to the page. But yeah, 50 kilowatt stations, go get them, make it happen, and hopefully maybe get some new ones out of it, maybe some new stuff. Even if you don't get any new 50 kilowatters, maybe get some other new stuff associated with those by sitting on those frequencies. You never know. For all of our sponsors, National Radio Club, nationalradioclub.org, the International Radio Club of America, ircaonline.org, ircaonline.org, and the Spectrum Monitor, the spectrummonitor.com. For all our sponsors, we thank you so much for joining us. Take care, my friends. We'll see you next Friday night right here at DX Central Live and dxcentrallive.com. Take care. Best of DX73.
Central Live engage. AM, FM static fight. Chasing signals all through night. Waves that travel far and wide. Feel the magic deep inside. DX Central Live tonight. Turning dials, feeling right. Lloyd will guide us through the waves. All the signals we will crave. Frequencies that cross the sea. Mysteries for you and me. Lloyd's voice cuts through the noise. Feel the thrill, enjoy the joys. Ghostly whispers in the dark. Find the station, hit the mark. Fading in and fading out. Lloyd helps clear the doubt. Stories from the distant land. Caught by waves that we command. From our homes we hear the call. DX Central Live for all.
This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.